Hello there guys and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike aka Decimal Punked and we're back in Blender 5.0.1. Last stream we modelled our lootables which are visible at the centre of the screen right there, and those lootable containers are quite key to the game. Playing these to search those to find the creatures. So what's left to do now is to model all of the props for the different sectors to actually make it feel like a inhabited space station. So we're going to model these. I'm going to start I think with the office and then do the science. We'll see how we do on time. I don't know how long it will take, but once all of the props are modelled, we should then be able to start making the characters. So it's really exciting. We're making really good progress. Super happy with the aesthetics and how it's all feeling and looking. So let's start with the office. Now I've made a list of props I need. So the office, I need desks, chairs, boxes, plant in a vase, and the cabinet. Now the cabinets we've already got, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the cabinets and I'm just going to move it into position. So if I just reset cursor and then set the origin to the 3D cursor, I'm just going to do this for all of these items quickly. Okay. And then I'm just going to move the closed ones into here. Now I did have a design for another type of container, but I just thought, you know what, it's the chest lootable, it's just I think too big for the scene. And one thing I did think of, if the scale of the rooms feels too tight, I can always increase the size because this is all modular. It won't be a lot of work at all to expand the size if I need to. I've already tested it in the Unreal Engine and it feels nice walking around. The only section is this glass pane area, but that's fine. I have an idea for that. I might make these overlap the player, and then just put in a blocking volume and see if that resolves the slight issue there. Right, so we're gonna start with our locker. And we're going to move that over here. Rotate that on the Z90. No. Actually, hold on. Just be nice to have a backup of those. So we've got the barrel, yeah. Okay. Alright, so basically this back section That feels nice. And then G on the X. Oh, I know why it's doing that. I know why you're doing that. That's because my pedigree charm. Let's just sort the origin. That's why it's not snapping. Right, now if I try that. Why are you not snapping to that face? Is it because... Why is that not snapping? You know what, let's just do it to edge. How strange. Why are you not wanting to... Put the origin point directly on the back there. Why is that not snapping? Why is that being a bugger? That's normally... You know what? I have no idea why that's not snapping. That is really annoying. I'm snapping to that face, but the object, why is it doing that? Why are you doing this to me? I don't know why. That's the face I'm trying to snap it to. Why is it not snapping? Oh, man. Oh. Oh, it did it. So you're doing this option, face nearest. Bloody hell. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Oh no, we've got the wrong one! No! We didn't want that one. Oh, what a numpty. Hold on. Right. Open. Nice. Okay, we've got our lockers in. Welcome to the stream. Right, so we had to change the point of origin, and that face nearest is very, very handy. Most of the times, the face alone works nicely, but just doing the nearest face helped me just snap that perfectly to the wall. Okay, do we want to have any more lockers? So that's 5 searchables there. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start modelling the props for the office, and then once we have the furniture in place, we can then get a feel for, oh, okay, we could do with a couple of lockers over here, over there, and we'll just see how it goes. Have a sip of the old coffee. Right, office. Desks, chairs, boxes. Okay. Right, so if that's the player character reference, let me just map out where do I want these. This middle section was meant to be nothing, so if I have one desk there, one desk there, so basically the reason why I'm being very strategic where I'm placing these things is this red cube is the 180 centimeter height reference for the robot and the player. So I'm trying to create areas where the player can move between, but for this bit they would have to kind of zigzag between, and then they've got a route down the back there. So I'm making it quite quite fun, the area that they can go. And this middle section here isn't really going to have any desks or obstacles like that. I was going to have one here. Okay. That quadrant there, so we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 desks. The reason why I've not done a middle one is because that's like the first section you walk, the first area you walk into the room. Whereas these ones, it's also the tile on the floor. So you see here, the silicone and the glass is aligned with the trim on the floor, whereas this middle one is kind of in the middle of the trim. So I've got a thing with symmetry, and that's not gonna match up if I if I put one there. So I'm trying to make everything look nice. I feel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 desks, and chairs. I feel that's enough. What we could do is do like a big office plant, maybe here on the entrance to the office. That'd be quite nice. Just like welcoming you to the office area. Okay. So props. Okay, it's been a while since I've done a chair. I kind of wanted them to be. Right, I'll tell you what, let's just go for it. Let's go for it. Save the project. So we're gonna probably start with maybe do a cylinder. Oh no, sorry, I forgot to do the let's go 6. Oh, sorry. Ah, Jesus. Okay. Right, this is going to be the interesting bit. We need to, if I inset that. It's about the right size for a player to sit. So I've modelled it so where the player's butt would go, or NPC. I'm just feeling like I want to make this thinner. Oh no! Just realised what I did. It's a nice simple chair, isn't it? That's much better, isn't it? Compared to that, it's a bit too sharp on the edges. I much prefer that. That looks like a really nice, daint looking chair. So we could go chrome for... what colour scheme are we going to go for? So the office is yellow or golden. If I connected those... going to be a lot trickier to create a cushion. Maybe I don't need a cushion. Maybe I'm overdoing this. I feel like maybe... You know what? I think that will do. Simple chair. Right. Let's go into the colours. We'll see how it looks with the chrome. Okay, so I'm feeling the marble white for these. And then for these ones, that feels quite nice. That feels really nice. I like that. So that yellow will kind of fit the colour scheme of the office, but it's not metallic. It's the same colour as the barrel. So just wondering if I should give a little bit of padding to the seat. I know I kind of did that. That looks very nice. Love it! We've got a chair. I like that. I like that a lot. Very, very nice. What's the tries? Only 88 tries, guys. And we don't need the bottom face. 84 tries. Ding dong. Right. Chair. What I'm going to do is I'm going to droop that and I'm going to move it to backup. I like to just, when I've made a prop, I like to move it to the backup just in case anything drastically changes or I muck up the model, the original only model. It's nice to have a backup. The last thing you want to do is spend loads of time working on a model and then you make a load of mistakes and then you can't go back. So it's just handy. Right, so let's get this into position. And the point of origin is at the bottom. Brilliant. So where I put those blue marks, we're just gonna put those into place. One, two, three, four, five. Perfect. And if we just turn on the ceilings, we can give this a quick walkthrough and just see how oh yeah, that's a nice height. That's a really nice height. Excellent. Oh, this feels so cool. Okay. Right, let's get the rotation on those. So actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn on the backups and I'm going to hide all of them apart from the chair because I want to make sure that the desk that we model is basically the same height. Okay, so I can tick the chair off of the list. I really like those chairs. Right, so for the desk, now, the desk, I was thinking like this, I don't know why, I had like a float, you know you get floating shelves and floating tables and things. I don't know why, I just had that in my head. I thought that'd be quite nice. But with the glass pane, let me just think for a second, guys. What we could do is, if we just look at this one, for example, over here. Okay, I've got it. So we're going to do a pipe. We're going to have it go up, come across, and then up. So, yeah, we're going to do a pipe. and then that will come up into the table. Okay. So if I go in props folder, save, we're going to add a plane. Dude. I feel like we need to move these just. Okay. Table. Sorry. Okay. That's a decent height. I'm now wondering, is that leg bar going to get in the way of someone sitting there? White surface, yellow trim. Love it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, baby. Oh, this is so much fun. So much fun, guys. So just toggling that backup chair on so I could model the desk to the right height. We can turn that off. And right, the center of origin. Right, I feel the table's done, guys. Shall we put it in position? So let's dupe that and move that to back up, and then we're gonna get this table. Oh, dude! It feels like a proper office now. Nice. But what I want to do... I need to flip them. So, RZ 180. RZ 180. Oh no! No, that one's fine. Let's see how this looks if I put the ceilings on. So I feel like I need to shimmy them across just a smidge so they're a bit closer to the glass pane. Okay. I'm just going to turn the lights off because they're a little bit distracting. That is not in the glass pane. Perfect. Oh, that's cool. So we've got lockers. I'm really happy with those desks. I think they look quite nice. They look just how I envisioned as well. I do feel like we need to have I feel like we're going to need some kind of monitor or something to, like a screen. Probably best to do a cube. So if I gave each work table a monitor, what else have we got to do for the office? We've got boxes, plant and vase, cabinets. The cabinets have kind of... these are kind of the cabinets that I had. Well, they're the lockers, they're like storage. And we know that if they're on this face, the player isn't, they're not going to be in the way of the player. I'm just trying to think if I can make something cool looking. If I did something like this, like a... curved edge, maybe. Right, I feel like I need to... I do feel like I need to model a monitor. So what we're going to do, we're going to turn on the backups. Just have the table in there. What is a metaball? Sip of the coffee, guys. Right, an hour and a quarter into the stream, we've modelled our chair and desk. Right, so we need to smooth this, so... Such a chunky monitor. Oh my god. Okay. We definitely need to slim that down. My god. I don't feel like I needed to do that many cuts. Let me just... I don't need that many that many cuts, guys. Right, so we're gonna inset. Sorry, we only want the front section. Oh, Jesus Christ. Undo that. Insert 5. 6, 7. Go 7, and then we'll G on the Y. Two, maybe? -2. Very nice. Awesome. Now, I'm not going to do a keyboard or a mouse because this is space. This could be touchscreen for all we know. What colour are we going to go for? Colour shall we go for? We could see how a blue looks. The blue and yellow are a very nice combination, guys. I just don't know if that will distract from the overall area. Sorry, adverts. I'd like one of those monitors at home. That's pretty cool. Right, let's think about the colour. We've got chrome for the metal. I'm thinking... black with a gold trim around here. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh no. Hold on. chair. What colour should we have the screen? I've never done this before, but I know you can get what is it? Oh my god. You know, like animated images, but I don't know how if I did that in Blender. I have done video before, putting a video on, but I don't even know, would that translate to Unreal? I'm not sure. Now monitors, when they're off, they're not completely black. They're kind of like, they're about that, but then they're not metallic, but they do have a bit of reflection to them. Oh, I'm very happy with that. Just modelled my first monitor. GG. Let's turn off the backup table. And we're gonna dupe that and move it to backup. Now we have our monitor. Should. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I can centralize it. This isn't a problem. If I snap to vert and if I G on the X to that looks pretty decent. I like that. Okay. What a bugger. Okay, so we're going to have to do the same thing here. RZ180. Snap to vert center. Shall we have a walk around and see how it looks, guys? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the monitor and I'm just going to put the roughness down to 0.2. Go 0.1. That's much better, just having that reflection that you do get that on monitor screens. So we have the work tables in. We've got water dispenser, we've got the oxygen on the wall. We have storage around the back. Right, what else have I got on my list? Boxes, cabinet, plant and vase. Plant and vase. I need to have a look at an office just to check that I might not need anything else, just to make it feel a bit more officey. Like, I'm super happy with those props. I think they look, that's literally what I had in my head for the workstations. Yeah, a lot of pictures online, they're very minimalistic, the office spaces. I'm definitely thinking if we had a plant here, it's a bit tricky because these angled walls, I mean, I can create the cabinets. I guess we could have some boxes dotted around. Yeah, if you were to Google office environments, they're so minimalistic, a lot of them. Let's model the plant for the office, and then we'll do the cabinet, and then we can put some cabinets around, which will make it feel more officey. But these are going to be like wall mounted, so we don't want to obstruct the player's ability to move around the room. So I feel that's good enough. Yeah. Okay. Right, so for a plant, I'm just looking at different plants, what one I want to go for. Should be fairly straightforward to do. Let's go for that one. I don't know what type of plant that is, but it's basically, yeah. Could go for 5, maybe. Let's go 6. Um, it doesn't have to be. I think what I'm trying to do here is make it look like an earth plant, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an earth plant because we're in space. Anything's possible. so plants do tend to get thinner towards the top, so if we scaled that to 0.5, let's go 0.6. Now if we're going to want to have different branches coming off, we're going to have a few cuts. So if I did five cuts, and then where we've got these faces, what we can do is if we inset to, actually no, we can extrude. No, I think inset would be better. So if we inset to 2, let me just make a note of this. Inset 2, and then the scale on the Z, 1, 2, scale on the Z, 0.2, scale Z 0.2, scale Z 0.2, and now we have a branch. So if I did this to, say, 50, extrude 70, I'm making notes of these figures so that we can create a consistent scale plant. And then if I go G on the Z, G on the Z 60, GZ 60, and then if we go G Welcome to the stream, guys. Okay. We're going to do random rotation here, so 45. And then we're going to extrude 5. No, extrude. Extrude 5. And then extrude 30. Rotate that. GZ minus 30. And then scale that to 0. I like it. Okay, so now we just repeat this process. I've got quite a few steps there. I've got, oh my god, how many steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 steps to replicate this. So, let's pick this face here. So, in set 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut in the middle, scale 0.6 in the middle, and then scale top 1.5, extrude top 125, scale shift Z 30, rotate 45, but we'll go the other way, so giving variation to the plant. Extrude 5, extrude, Jesus. Okay. Fuck yeah, that's really sticking out there. Okay, we can always shift the leaves around if they're going a bit too crazy. Inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut in the middle, scale that to 0.6, scale that to 0.5, extrude 25, scale shift Z 30, rotate 45. Hold on. Extrude 25, scale shift Z 30, maybe that random rotation wasn't hold on. If I get the verts. Scale Y0, okay. Extrude 5, extrude 30, GZ minus 30. Inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut in the middle. Ugh! Scale 0.6, scale 0.5. Because as plants get longer, they get thinner towards the top. That's why I'm doing these scales. That is looking pretty decent for an office plant. What do you reckon, guys? So inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 7. Oh! No. What happened there? Backtrack. What happened there? God damn. Right. Inset 2, enter, scale Z.2, enter, extrude 70, enter, GZ 60, enter, cut in the middle, scale to 0.6, select the top, scale to 0.5, extrude 25, scale shift Z 30, and then fix that, so scale X0, extrude 5, extrude 30, GZ minus 30, scale 0. I feel we need a plant coming off of here. So inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut in the middle, scale 0.6, scale 0.5, extrude 25, scale shift Z 30, scale Y0, extrude 5, extrude 30, GZ minus 30, scale 0. And then probably do one maybe here. Inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut in the middle, scale 0.6, scale 0.5. Hold on, what the fudge? Scale 0.5, extrude 25, scale shift Z 30, scale Y0, extrude 5, extrude 30, GZ minus 30, scale 0. And then I'm going to do one more here. Inset 2, scale Z.2, extrude 70, GZ 60, cut, scale 0.6, scale 0.5, extrude 25, scale, shift Z 30, scale X0, extrude 5, extrude 30, GZ minus 30, scale 0. Tell you what, that is not a bad looking office plant, is it not, guys? And then what we'll do is with this part here, ugh, Jesus! Oh, that is pretty cool. We're in space, guys, remember? This is space time, baby. Thanks for following Oh no, sorry. Got that wrong. That was a Steam email. Okay. Right, so how does that look in the actual scene? Oh, perfect. Right, one thing that we're going to need to do with this is we might have to just go top down and just potentially move some of this back, because when we're in the scene we do not want our character kind of getting blocked by this. So if I go G on the X and just move these in a little bit. Oh, that looks so freaking cool. Oh, that looks amazing. I should have timed how long that took. I'm really chuffed with that. It looks like a space plant. It's got a bit of planet Earth's kind of plant-like structure, but then with the big massive flower on the top, we can give that a funky looking colour. And look at that. That's really cool. That is amazing. Super happy with that, guys. Okay, so first off, what I'm going to do is we're going to add a slot. Now, I already have one for soil. So should we give it a yellow plant? I feel like we should give it a yellow plant pot colour because it's part of the office and all of the office is all of the office is yellow, so I don't think we have a green colour, so okay. The easiest thing to do here is if I just select all of that. Call it foliage. Now some foliage is slightly like reflective. I think that will do. It's a nice shade of green. Right, so now what we need to do is select all the plants, the parts, sorry, that aren't the leaves. So that's going to be a little bit tricky. I'll probably have that bit is green. Have I got... Oh, I think I've done it in one go. Okay, so this is going to be... Actually, to be fair, that would be the same kind of colour. I mean, if I add a new one, a sign, and then gave it foliage, but if I rename that to be stem, Okay. Might be not the right term for it, but oh, dude. What is going on there? I'm clearly selecting. How annoying. How annoying. Office plant done. How many tries is that? 624. That's not bad. And it looks quite a feature piece. I really, really like that. Super happy with that. Right, let's dupe it and then move that to backup. And then we can move our office plant into position. I'll tell you what, when the lighting is done in Unreal, this is gonna cast some really nice shadows. That is a really nice size though. And if we go next to the glass, you can see the leaf isn't touching. I like that. So you come into the office and then you're greeted by the plant. I'm really happy with that. That looks pucker. Nice. Okay, so office plant done. How are we doing on time? 2 hours 20. I'm starting to get hungry. Let me just check my sugars, guys. I really want to know how long that took me because I felt that was quite quick. Once we had the kind of settings to quickly rip out the branches and leaves. You saw how quick I did that. It's really handy just jotting down the adjustments, and then once you've done one, you just recreate that super fast because you've jotted down the adjustments. That came out really nice. So if I get some cabinets done then, now I do have the props, the crates that I modelled earlier, so I can kind of stack those in places. And as for the ones that are lootable, I can define that within the Unreal Engine. I can say, okay, this static mesh model, I want that one to be, you know, the one that's lootable. So we can have the lootables stacked and we can define which ones we want the player to be able to loot. So, any other office furniture I want to put in? Should we have like some kind of storage unit? We've got these positions either end. I can put random kind of cabinets on some of these flat faces, and even over here, to be honest. Oh, let's have a sip of my coffee while I contemplate. Okay, so if I did a cabinet, I've got an idea for a simple cabinet. And the fact that I've kind of kept this really nice colour scheme for the different things within the environment, I think is quite nice. Like the yellow, it's almost like whoever designed the space station had a good interior design, you know. I'm really happy with the desks and the monitors. So how about we do the cabinets, and like I say, because this is all symmetrical, like we could put one here, we could put one down this end, put one here and over there, so it feels more officey. And we know that the units mounted on the walls, because they're indented, they're not going to obstruct the player's movement, so they'll just make it feel more like an office. And with the space itself, I feel like we don't need to add any more props inside the area. And the reason why I don't want to clutter it too much is because of the AI. Like, we're going to have a nav mesh in here, and the robot needs to navigate, as does the player. So we want to make sure that there's enough movement space. So let's turn off the ceiling and office, plant and vase. I'll tell you what, I was thinking of doing little office table plants, but I feel it's enough, and the desk space already has the monitor on there. So let's do a cabinet, and then we can put in some of the boxes as well that the player will be able to loot. So if we go to the props, we can just hide that office plant. Cabinet. So we've already got the panels here, so I know roughly what size I want to make it. We'll go for a cube. We'll G on the Z. Okay, so I can actually bring it up more. So that is perfectly in line with, you see it's perfectly aligned with the size of the wall. So now that we've got that, what we can do is scale on, actually I might, scale it on there. And then if we scaled it on the Z, so, right, let's scale it on the Y. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the origin to geometry and then scale on a Z. And then I'm just going to do that. I'm going to select the bottom face, cursor to selected, and then come out there, set the origin to 3D cursor, cursor to world origin, come out of there. Ugh! Go. Save. So this is going to be, I'll call this cabinet. Okay. Right, so I want to have this curved. already got face on the top. Have we got face on the top? Oh, just the one. Okay. So if we did... That is a funky looking cabinet. What have I made there? That is a pig's ear. One minute, guys. I don't know what I was thinking there. That was an absolute mess. I do apologise. Right, now I've done this before, I just can't quite remember. I'm pretty sure it was a modifier. And don't think it was that. I don't think it was that. To be fair, I don't mind that shape at all. That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool for a futuristic office looking thing. I like that. Okay. So now if we're going to want to do that. And we're going to want to inset by, give it a nice trim, so maybe 6. And then like that, and then if we it's going to pull that, isn't it? No, we want to extrude maybe 5. And then if we select that outer ring, turn that off. insetting, aren't we? So if I insert 20, insert 20, so 30, no 20, insert 20. And then if I scale to 2, no, scale to 0.2. Down Z 0.1 maybe, 0.2, 0.4, let's go 0.5. Oh, this is almost done, guys. Oh, right. Can't get hungry. Ooh, that's a bit of a bugger. Let's move that down. And then do that. Go to. $128 tries for a futuristic cabinet. I like it. I feel that's done. Colour scheme. If I went for yellow on the outside with white trim on the inside. Let's play around a bit, guys. I'll go for the chrome first. Okay. Just have to do it manually then, I guess. Maybe the marble white inside. Let's try that. That looks better. Oh, hey Shivak. Oh my god, 4 viewers. Sorry, last time I looked it was 2. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Right, let's just set the origin to dead center. That should centralize the pivot point, or the origin, sorry, just where I need it. Perfect. 128 tries for a futuristic space cabinet. I think that looks pretty damn good. What do you guys reckon? Drop a comment. Let me know. Okay. So we're going to save that. We're going to dupe the cab. And we're going to move that to backup. Always have backups of your models, guys. I should actually name it SM. SM for static mesh. I need to do that for everything, really. Okay, now that we've got our cabinet, just to check, in the backup we have cabinet there. So now, with our cabinet, if I move that, and then if I turn on nearest face nearest, and choose center. If I now did G on the Y, ooh, G on the Y, there we go. So that is closest. G on the Y. What are you doing? Center. Dude, it just did it. There we go. So now we have some cabinets for our office. Hold on, is that going to be perfect? Oh, it is. So there we go, we've got one that end and there, two that end. I might put some in that middle section as well. Oh my god, have I just changed to perspective? What the? Sorry, that really freaked me out then. Okay. Oh dude, this looks good. So we got, what I could probably do is delete, hold on. I'll just delete those ones, go back to that one, top down. Right, those spaces are aligned, but these ones, they're not dead center, so perfect. Okay, so we have storage cabinets in the office. I can remove cabinets off of the office prop list. And just double check, I did put the cabinet, yes I did. Okay. Shall we have a walkthrough and see how it feels, guys? Let's have a little flyby with Tilde. Tilde. Minimalistic office environment. Storage out back. Workstations. Wall storage. Futuristic wall storage, might I add. Okay, that feels like a cool work environment. So now, a fantasy diorama. That sounds pretty cool, dude. Definitely doable. I'd recommend GameDev.tv. They have some. There's an isometric learning material that I'm probably going to follow when I finish my second year of uni. But it's like an isometric wizard's kind of apothecary type thing. But that sounds pretty cool. You have to post a link when you've modelled that. I'll definitely check that out. Right, we've got the office plant, water dispenser, workstations, wall storage. Boxes. I don't feel like the office really needs that much more in terms of props. I could probably get some of those crates and move those in here, because the crates are going to be kind of dotted throughout the different levels. So I was wondering where I could place them. Well, that is basically the office done. If I go to lootables, turn on the crate. You wouldn't have barrels in the office. Crates, more so. I think I'm actually gonna I want to change those faces on the side of this to the I feel like I want to make these faces white. Let me just quickly, sorry, give me 1 second. So that's the closed crate. just go to my open crate. Just want to fix those so it's consistent. There we go. Turn the open off, and then if I go to my backup, crate open, crate close. Crate open, crate closed. Done that, haven't I? Fixed that. Okay, so that's the backup folder. So if I go back to lootables, crate closed. And then I just want to see if I oh yeah, it is a lot of fun. It's very creative and yeah, challenging as well. I just realised that's a big Engon. Alright, give me 1 second. Why did I go for that stupid pattern? Why did I do that? I feel it just looks a bit shite. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. I thought I was being cool. doing something quite cool, but I've actually created a bit of a monstrosity in the process. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to delete that. I created a bit of a monstrosity, guys. What we're going to do, I thought my sugars are dipping. Oh, I'm going to have to stop for a break shortly. But we've pretty much modelled all of the office. All of the office is basically done. I'll probably tackle the atrium next. Quite excited for the atrium. Right. I feel that looks better than it was. I just wasn't a fan. So chrome back, flat white interior face for a thing, and what we're going to have to do, you see where all those verts are touching this square? That square is basically one massive n-gon. So we're going to have to triangulate that face in order for it to not be an n-gon. Okay, so that is, what is this one? That is the crate closed. So, if I now go to the open, and go crate open, well done. I can't know what's happened now. Oh shit! Oh, I know what's happened. Actually, no, it's fine what I was doing. It's because it's the open and we need to see the inside. I was panicking like, why am I doing this? It's fine. Okay. So chrome back, white face. Okay. Okay, so now all we need to do is going there. Hold on. What is going on there? I don't know what's quite going on with the geometry there. I'll delete that face. what's that one? Sorry, this geometry is really... Okay. So chrome faces, sorry, white faces, chrome interior, chrome back. White faces, chrome interior, chrome back. Okay. Sorry, I didn't intend on fixing this, but it's because I just didn't like that pattern on the side. So I feel like, one second. Let's just make the interior of that yellow. Best way to do this without mucking up the other ones. That's really confusing, that. It's going to make the whole inside of the box yellow. And you can see down there, I mean, not that the player's going to see it. Right, we know that if I assign crate yellow, and then we can just select these ones because we know these are chrome. There we go, that interior bit's yellow. And then I think it was it that face? Yep. Yellow. I think there was one more. Probably the bottom face of that. Okay, so we just need to do the same for that side, and then what we can do is delete the backup crate open, crate closed, and then we'll just put these crates into the scene. Thanks for the spam view maximum, and then that's the office done. And then I'm going to stop for food, and then I'll do some more modelling, and we'll do possibly the science area, maybe. So let's just fix these remaining faces. Oh, you bugger. So now if we go in here, that should be yellow. Perfect. I believe if I just turn those on. Yeah, all done. Right, we have we've fixed the inside of that, so the whole inside box is yellow apart from those faces there. You know what, let's just make those yellow as well, just so we don't have any confusion there. And then we'll just come down. Sorry, I wouldn't have had to do this if I was happy with the... I made that stupid pattern on the box and I didn't feel like it was necessary. So I've just fixed what I did, basically. Anyway, if we just... Okay, so now what I need to do is... if I just go into the backup folder, I'm going to delete crate open and closed. So crate, this is the backup folder, so crate closed, crate open. And then we're going to crate closed. We're going to move to backup, and then crate open, move to backup, and then if we go up there, we have crate closed and crate open. And then I can, the lootables, crate, right, so the open crates we're not placing in scene. They don't get placed in the scene because we need those for the Unreal Engine, so when the player opens one of the closed, we change the mesh to open. Alright, so now that we've done that, let's place our crates in the scene. I need a drink, guys. Alright, once we place these crates, I'm going to stop for a food break. And then we'll come back and we'll model potentially the atrium. Quite looking forward to that one. I'm doing some sofas. It's meant to be a chill out area. It's just going to have sofas and chairs basically. I can get rid of the water dispenser and the chest container like that actually. Right, so the office is going to have their crates. So I need to decide where I'm going to put these. Let's just have a look at the layout of the room. I'll tell you what, let's put some. Should I create a stack? Tell you what, let's put some next to the water dispenser. I did make a backup, didn't I? Yeah. So basically, these things that I'm putting down, guys, these are going to be the lootables that the player searches for these creatures. Whilst there's a robot patrolling around, and like all of these ones at the back section of the office here are searchable. These cabinets aren't, but these are the lockers. I think I called them lockers. Yeah, lockers. So, and the colour of that is set to the area. So if I wanted to have some lockers in the science area, I would just change that base colour to the green to match the theme of the science area. So here is where we're saying, okay, how many searchables are we going to put in the office area? So once I've put all of the lootables down, there's going to be a chance for when you've searched one. In total, there's 4 creatures. So if you search a locker or any lootable and you fail to find a creature, we're going to increase the chance of that creature to spawn, or a creature to spawn. So it's it's going to be pretty fun. And what I might do is add spawn points. So where there is a locker, and if the player's searching it, because we want the creature to spawn within the confines of the space station. We don't want them spawning outside, so I'll probably define spawn points. So if you search the locker here, we'd probably spawn it either on point A, point B, and vice versa. So if the player was standing in there, then we'd spawn it on there. I'm talking too far ahead here. This is what my brain does. I'm thinking ahead of how to handle the spawning. It's kind of important though because it affects. We need to think about the place for these containers to be placed, or crates. So we've got 2 crates next to the water dispenser. Got 2 over there. Could put 1 up there, I guess. Yeah, let's put 1 either end there, where we've got that wall piece. So dupe that, bring that there, rotate 180, and then we want to G on the Y. Let's do 2. Okay, so we've got 2, 2, 2, 2. Do I want to put any? I don't want to put any down the centre of here because the whole idea of that central corridor in the office was meant to be a non-obstructed pathway to run away from the robot if you were being chased. So I kind of want to keep that space free because I want to be fair to the player. I don't want to be harsh. Okay, let me see. I want to try and get it. I don't think that's a 45-degree angle, but I'm going to see. If I dupe those and move that there, rotate -45. Ooh. Oh, maybe it was. It looks like it's ever so slightly overlapping that, so... I'm not sure about having 2 because I don't like that it sits over the trim. I've got this thing about the trim. And things overlapping the trim. Call that OCD. Call it what you will. Is that on the trim? It's really hard to tell. Okay. So bring it forward 1. And then maybe up 1. Okay. Now I could have these as a stack. So if I dupe that and then move it up on the Z, but then move that down to snap on the face and then went GZ. So, oh, I need to be careful here. We want to snap it to this face here. Oh no! I forgot. Oh, because we've got a oh, that's a pain. Now, all of the other ones have... Oh, that's a bugger. Okay, let's not stack them. Because I deleted the bottom face because they were going to be on the floor. Alright, on that basis then, should I make an exception for my OCD and just have two overlap? I guess we could do. We could make an exception to the rule. It just feels a little bit odd having one on its own. That's not touching the trim, is it? Whoa! Perfect. Okay, sorry, I meant the trim of the wall frame. We don't want them overlapping, but I don't mind that. Let's... Why am I in the shading workspace? Oh my god, dude. I did think it felt a little bit odd. Jeez. Okay. Let's turn on the ceiling and just see how it feels. Shift tilde, zoom, zoom, zoom. See, when you're placing these objects, you're looking at it from the overall view and thinking, oh, it feels a little bit, maybe it doesn't feel right. But when you're actually in this perspective of how the player is going to be and you're walking around, it does actually feel okay for these crates. Like, you don't want them just to be, why is there a random crate just there? As you're walking around the environment and you kind of feel like you're in the office, it feels justified. Because they could have anything in there. They could have paper, they could have pens, they could... confidential documents, like, you just don't know what's in there. But obviously when we loot them, we know that it's just yellow and empty inside. And the space creatures could be hiding. do we want to make it symmetrical and have another 2 up the other end? I mean, you have to think as well, guys. There is going to be a robot patrolling this space all the time. So you're going to be on edge and you're not going to be wanting to stop for too long. Like, I'm going to have something, I'm going to build in the mechanics so whilst you're searching, you can't move. So you're going to have like a spiraling countdown. And it's going to be like, I can't move, the robot's coming. Like, there's going to be panic. I've got a lot planned for the code of this, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm meant to be creating quite a suspenseful game here that keeps you on edge. You're going to have to time it. Like, if the robot's moving, that's when you're going to be like, quick, loot, 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 go, 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 go. So you're going to have to be careful with your timing and picking and choosing when to loot. Do I want to add another 2 down that end? Do I want to add another 2? I don't know. I don't know if I want to add another 2. 2 there. 2 there. I feel like 2's nice there. Bearing in mind we've got the storage out the back here that will be lootable as well. So let's count. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I don't feel like I want to add another 2 just for the sake of keeping it symmetrical. I feel like that's good. So on that basis, I think the office is complete. Like I say, that central section right here, I'm purposely not adding crates or anything to obstruct the player's movement. So I think I'm going to call the stream there. And I'm going to stop for some food, and if it's not too late I will come back because I feel like I want to model the atrium next. The atrium, oh, we haven't even turned it on. Guys, I do apologise. Let me just quickly go back to the office with the lights on. I do apologise. There we go. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, having it with the lights on, holy crap, that just finishes the... Oh my god. You don't even think about the crates having the lights there because it's all so captivating. Oh wow. That now makes me want to add another 2. Sod it, I'm going to add another 2. Sorry, having the lights in there, that just... that did something for me. It just changed everything. Not touching the wall. Put the ceiling back in. I'm sorry, why did I not have those lights turned on? Like, that now feels... Do you know what I mean? When I was saying, with it kind of being Oh my god. Having the lights in there. Oh my god, look at that! We've got an office! Woohoo! Oh, that feels really rewarding. All the time I spent modelling that. That's basically 4 hours of modelling for the... I did the lootables yesterday, so that's the office mounted, the wall mounted cabinets, chair, desk, monitor, plant. Having the lights and the ceiling in there, that really does feel like an office environment, and you can imagine with the robot walking around as well. I'm not going full on devastated, abandoned, derelict space station here. I know that maybe toppling over one or two of the chairs and tables might make it look a bit more run down and things. I mean, I could even plonk in a couple of open chests, but I don't want to do that. I'm not going for a full-on derelict space station here, because they're not overrun by aliens that have arms and stuff. It's overrun by robots, and robots are generally tidier, kind of, I wouldn't say life forms, but a kind of form of, you know what I'm trying to say. They're a bit tidier than a creature. So yeah, I am super happy with that though. Look at that, guys. The office. Yeah, really, really happy. And they're not conflicting, touching with the wall. There's space between them. So that's the office modelled. Next up will be the atrium. So the atrium is going to be having chairs and sofas. I did put a bench on there, but we'll see about that. It might actually be nice to model some cups. If I do a table, it would be a nice idea to have some cups and maybe a coffee machine. That would be cool. Let me just put that on the list. Coffee machine, cups. That won't be too hard to do at all. And that would, yeah, that would give justification as to why is there a table there. I like to give reason for this. I don't want to just model anything for the sake of it. If I'm modelling and building this world, I want everything to have purpose. If I'm putting in a coffee machine, is there a table? Why would you have a coffee table in the atrium? Because there's sofas. You want to make a coffee and talk to people. So yeah, all good. I'm going to call the stream there because I need to eat. If you enjoyed the stream, guys, do feel free to give us a follow on Twitch if you want to see more. If you want to see some of the other streams I've done, check out my YouTube below. I've got loads of videos for the Unreal Engine, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play some of the games I've already made, I've got a link to my itch channel below. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me, guys. And I will be back in about an hour and a half to 2 hours time for another couple hours of modelling. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you